Good morning, gamers. We are in the NBA. Oilers abound. Also, BRB got a P. Hold on, I gotta piss real quick. I didn't realize it before I started the stream, but I did start the stream. But I do have to take a little pee break. A lot of people trickle in. Con man, more like old man. More like Jagan. One doubt I always had are the stats in the image of the intro, the base stats of each class. I don't know. I don't know. I never really pay attention to those open and crawl numbers. I'm just finishing up my lunch. Again, while people trickle in. Okay. So, I've done a little bit of testing. I think this is going to be the hardest map in the game. I think this is going to be the hardest map in the game. So we start by... Oh, wait, let me make sure you're the Armor Slayer guy. Yeah, so we want to end up here. So we start with a heavy spear to the face. Holy shit, the hag in white? Lie. Time to become a J.D. Vance archetype again. We killing the Pope in this one, kiddos. Yeah. We killing the Pope once more. So we shine bright like a diamond. Ooh, nice dodge, Demeter. Very nice, very nice. I don't remember there being reinforcements at all. I actually didn't check. I actually didn't check if there were reinforcements. I don't think there are either, though. Like, I don't remember any. Off the top of my head. It's funny how Zero Growths changed this map, because this is almost like a breather chapter in vanilla. The biggest thing is... So, this probably won't actually be the hardest map for us. I think the biggest thing is that... we haven't really, like, scaled up, and the enemies start out much more aggressive than I would like them to be. All of those assassins up north, as well as the people on the left and right, and the generals are immediately aggressive, which is a bit spooky. But I do at the very least have turn 1 planned out. Endgame 2 will probably be an issue. It's very claustrophobic. Can you remind me, does Endgame 2 have reinforcements? I think it does, right? But they're like a little bit slow. Endgame 2 is also probably going to be an issue, though. Jason has a Hoplon guard because, and this is my fucking, my rant. Raging Leaf has 10 crit, and so he faces 9 crit from this guy. The Raging Leaf Wolf Bale Rapier situation is sad. Unfortunate. Unfortunate doesn't even begin to describe my series. It has reinforcements from the stairs. Yeah, I thought so. Endgame 1 and Endgame 3 do not have reinforcements, though, right? Like, that's sort of the difference. Old Man Gaming! It's the only endgame with reinforcements. Chat, do you consider this like endgame 0? I kind of do. Just because, like, you know, we gotta kill the Pope. We gotta kill the Pope. The Pope of America. So yeah, Hoplon guard to prevent the 9 crit. Because Jason died to the 9 crit like 5 times in testing, and I was sick of it. Twang. Oh, dodge. The dodge tank. Twang. Stab. There's also the fact you get 2 very strong units, and 2 units get buffed after this chapter for endgame. It's... who? Kyra and... Laritus? Is there some... No! Oh, missing that 88 is actually pretty bad. Euphroxia gets A support, White Tide Combustion. True. Funny enough, Fructuoso has never gotten hit by this 15% crit in my testing, which is why I gave the Hoplon Guard to Jason, because I was sick of Jason having Jason moments. Don't worry, she's fine. She would get doubled in fucking— No! Oh, she didn't get doubled. Okay, this is a fucking shit show. We just need to reset. Yo, missing an 88 and an 81. We're cursed, y'all. We're cursed. That's okay. That's okay. Missing that combustion, I think, gave us the excuse to reset. Me when I get hit by the cleave bow of agony and despair. Fraud Yi and Fraud Yaxia, you need to pull it together. Fraudaxia. Fraudaxia, yeah. Euphrodia. Fraud Yi. I'm surprised how base General Euphroxia wasn't doubled by the assassin. It was the rally. It was the rally. The rally pushed her over the edge. But honestly, I mean, let that serve as a demonstration as to why she's so awesome and cool and good. General Euphroxia is, one of the units of all time. Is anyone else surprised that Pericles made the fucking cut for this chapter? Cause, like, I'll be honest, I am, but... You know, there's no need for flight in here. There's, like, what, 3 pillar tiles and then some water at the very fucking end of the game? Or end of the map? Our old man must game. All of her options are great to good. Yeah. See, Laertes can hit a 72, but Euphroxia can't hit an 81. I think this shows us which unit is the better old person, and... and which unit sucks donkey butts. This just shows how low enemy stats are. I mean, like, what's the assassin's speed? 25 AS isn't low. It's lower than I would have expected, but like that's gonna double most people. It's just generally Euphroxia, she starts out with 20 speed. Oh, I forgot to give him the Steel Axe instead. We'll give him the Killer. It'll be fine. I was experimenting with different axes and I was like, oh, he's one combat away from getting silver. And then I just like, I gave him the silver and I didn't give him a Steel Axe. What if Fructuoso is crit now? If Fructuoso gets crit, I'll say, well, Fructuoso just got crit. And that'll be wild, chat. I did a little bit of arrow dancing, I think. If we're on the same RN string and I just did that, that'd be very silly. Okay, we're on a different RN string. Because this guy hit Telemus twice instead of once. Just don't get 15% crit. Missing that 65 is actually obnoxious, but we can make do. As long as this guy dies. There we go. Okay. The good thing is, because of the lack of reinforcements, after this, like, opening, we're kind of gravy. Oh, I didn't mention this. When I was, so at one point, I was, like, doing testing, and the Brave Sword just fucking disappeared from the convoy. I got so scared. Thankfully, I had accidentally staggered saves. But it was, ridiculous. That could that be Laertes? That is Laertes. That is. Chat gassed him up, and I was a doubter. And look at me now. I'm Boo Boo the Fool. Brave Sword combos with the Assassin skill? Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. Assassin's just really good. Very good class. I believe 32, yeah, so you live. Alright, so the left-hand side's kind of handled. The right-hand side's in a bit of trouble. A spot of trouble? Can we... You got the Sword Slayer. Oh, right. I gave you the Sword Crusher for that reason. You don't double. Okay. Yeah, so this is... Hello, John problem. Physic up to Telemus. Combustion, this one. In a normal run, Lopez stops being babied once promoted. The running it for counter is so good. Yeah. And he just, like, he has the speed for it. And then we combustion you. Who would have thought the side I'd be struggling on would be the side with 2 super Telemuses? I guess when you put all of the good units on the other side, it makes sense. Alright, parry, Brave Axe, use your best friend's Brave Axe. Oh, the actor shit. Alright, Kyra, kill this person. Fun map fact, the earliest versions of the map had you move your army in a C shape. Dolus had sleep, Epate gain, recover the first time he used a sleep staff. Restore. Restore. Right, okay. That's interesting. That is a fun fact. Pericles! Hag accuracy moment. Thankfully, we've got Demeter here. Why isn't Best Grandpa the overlay instead of Epate? 33 attack. $29. Okay, so you live. Alright, I think we're good. I think we're good. The fraud in orange. Oh no, the dragoons start moving now. Okay, at least this dragoon is dead. Brave sword moments. The Great Knight in white. The Gramps in orange. The perfectly sweet old man in orange. I fixed it for you. Meanwhile, the fucking fraud in orange is Pericles, missing his stupid fucking... missing his stupid fucking Brave Axe moment. Okay. Oh, you take up so much of the map. Okay. Are you doing Lopez coin stocks? He died. He died. He died. You got Sword Slayer, so Ice Spear... Would Ice Spear count as triangle? Only in one range, right? If we combustion you? Okay, we start with the Fenrir. Is Laertes still a meme, or is he genuinely good in 0% growths? I mean, I thought he would still be a meme, but I'm Boo Boo the Fool, because he's actually been quite helpful. Once he got his third boost, he was just a better... I say quite helpful, like, he's probably one of the best units on our team, like, genuinely. Now that he's got his third boost. Because he's just a better version of Xing Yi. I guess -1 move, but that's about to get fixed, right? There's a reason Purple Boy hit the bench. He's a solid pre-promote you get in Chapter 19. Yeah, I tried fielding him with each boost, and most of them were not enough. Pyra goes over here. You weighed down by Fenrir. Yeah, so we can stop you from getting doubled. Okay, and now there's these two. If we cleave bow you, the bolt axe. .37 attack. Okay, so what we do is Euphroxia, Thunderbolt. Nope. Luna? Nope. Get rallied and then Luna. I put Leatrice in my chapter team because chapter 19 team, I really see his actual stats now. I'll maintain that in a growths context, his stats are underwhelming at each boost point, right? Like, he's one of our strongest, but that's a result of, you know, the weirdness around hashtag zero growths moments. But I also, like, I've been thinking about it, and I feel like I need to revisit him on the tier list. Because I think I might have been sleeping on him a little tiny bit. And the Laertes fans went wild. His weapon ranks are also bad. His weapon ranks are still bad. We don't have silvers yet. Oh, we got the silver bow. We don't have silver lance. And we've glued that fucking scroll to him. So... You speak of this tier list, is it viewable anywhere? I showed it off on a previous stream, and I'm going to, compile the unit reviews from this stream and then put the tier list at the end of that. Yo! The Toso! Danny showed the older tier list at the start of one of the Morgan arc streams. Yeah, I don't remember which stream it was, I'm sorry. I know that's a little unhelpful. I would throw it up now, but since these are getting, like, put on Ice Rider, I don't want to, like, throw it up in the middle of a chapter. Maybe I'll pull it up during, you know, preps before Endgame. But it's got a little bit of stuff that's outdated. Like, I moved Doll around in anticipation of the buffs. I think I was too generous to him. Which is ironic, because I didn't move him that much. He's the best of them now. He went from the worst of them to the best of them, but, like, I don't know, they all kind of suck. Zero Ghost probably changes your opinion a good bit. Not that much. Because the thing is that, right, like, I can recognize that while Laertes is super strong for us, and I did sort of undervalue his boosts, I mean, one, it still costs more money than it's worth, right? But two, and this is the big one, is I'll maintain that in a growths context, you've just got better options. The 2%. I don't like Doll, but 15 strength and 15 magic is fine. It can work. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, that's why I say he's the best of them, but they're all still pretty bad. You gotta remember the context. Like, this is a game with an actual cast. There's no Sophias and Wendy's, which is, I think, a kind of annoying trap that Fire Emblem fans fall into. It's the, you know, well, I beat the game with them. You know, I've had this conversation a bunch, both about mainline and especially hacks, where, you know, if you say a unit is bad in, like, a hack or, like, engage in 3 houses, where the floor for a good unit, or the floor for a unit in general is just a lot higher, the response is always like, well, I beat the game with them. Yeah, I mean, people have beaten the game with Wendy, right? Like, whoop-de-frickin-do. 32, knocks you down to 17. Perfect. Plato is a Wendy slash Sophia. I actually disagree. Plato's a Nino. Plato's on the level of Nino. Which I think is different in the sense that Nino, at the very least, does actually offer you a legitimate payoff for the training arc. Whereas, like, Wendy and Sophia, you know, and I've been saying this in the Final Fantasy III polls, is like, Sophia's pretty good if you get her to 2022. Because the Onion Knight discourse, right? But, like, there's still, you know, a druid in a game where druids aren't good. A general in a game where generals aren't good, right? Like, and their growths aren't, like, snowball-y. Like, Plato will actually snowball. Sophia and Wendy, yeah, they don't give payoff. Their starting stats are abysmal. I would say their stats are not abysmal after training. They're just, like, on the level of your other units, as opposed to, like, you know, Pluto says, hey, train me and I'll have, like, the best stats ever. And, like, that part was not a lie. 0 lies spotted. This kills, right? Yeah, now it's 24. Okay. So we do this. Sophia's got bad skill and speed. Wendy's skill is also bad. Her strength takes a while to start getting good. I mean, when I say, like, good stats, I mean, what is it? Sophia is theoretically the best warper in the game. That's the like, the sauce. That's the Wendy sauce. Or Sophia sauce. Boars isn't even particularly good. Boars' biggest contribution is the Chapter 2 take drop moment. That and, like, very inaccurate filler combat during the first, like, 5 chapters, right? Like, you do filler chip and you miss, and you do filler chip and you miss. If I remember, Wendy has worse stats than Boars and very similar growths. I genuinely don't remember how her growths compared to Boars. I do know that Boars falls into that funny space where most Armor Knights, or where a lot of Armor Knights fall in, where for some reason his defense growth is bad and his speed growth is good. You know, Doga, Radiant Dawn Gotri. There's all these guys that just have that as their gimmick. You want to talk about the Doga archetype, that's it. Boars will be truly defined in my mind by having never got 1 level on my first FE6 playthrough and died in Chapter 5. That's a Boars moment. That's a Boars moment. Boars is like one of the... I feel like Boars is so weird to talk about in terms of that, because he's like not a good unit. But I do think he's a unit that's, like, overly shit on. Because people forget that, like, you know, chapters 1 through 7 are all hands on deck. When I think of Boars, I think of his HP, which means he can't tank anything. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is it's the fucking GBA FE Armor Knights have no HP stat. With the exception of, like, Douglas, right? And does Wallace have, like, a functional HP stat? Even Hector, who's not an Armor Knight, but is modeled after them, isn't immune from the curse. He doesn't have an opportunity cost, and you can bench him as soon as you do. Yeah, you know, it's the same level as someone like, you know, Board and Cord, or not Board, Lot and Wade. I got them mixed up with the Arcaneo ones. Or, you know, look at someone like, you know, to use a more modern example, like Klanen from... You got Brave Sword. What have you got? The Earthquake. Okay. Do we count Dusel as a knight? Since he's a great knight, it's impossible to tell, what he promoted from. So, I count that as something different. I also think, like, GBA Armor Knight, it feels like to General. Although Gilliam obviously does not want to go General. But that's a good point / question. Amelia goes general for the memes. Yeah, I guess that's the question, chat, is like, do we count Dusel as an armor? Because if so, he's in contention for the best armor in the franchise, right? Right up there with people like Oswin, Effie, fucking... I mean, people will hate me for saying it, but like, Louis in that conversation. And no, this is not like Louis best unit in the entire game propaganda or whatever. But I feel like Louis is one of those units who got, like, overglazed, and then people started to realize, oh, soloing the game with Louis is not actually possible, therefore bad unit. Because it's not possible to have any amount of, you know, nuance in Fire Emblem discussion. Boris and Oswin aren't that far off in stats. I think they're not as close as your comment would make it seem. I know the enemy quality between 6 and 7 is, you know, it's a pretty extreme difference. But Oswin, well, not only does he start out with, like, good base speed, he has good base HP, right? Hold on. During enemy phase, I'll pull up their stats for comparison. All I know is that in FE7 0% growths, Oswin was still fucking doubling people in the chapter where you're defending fainted Nils. Right? So, like, doubling and one rounding. Which, like, that is also an FE7 enemy quality moment. Don't get it twisted. Alright, Ninian. FE6 Boars. FE7 Oswin. Because, like, Hector's held back by the low HP. Yeah, Oswin has 28 HP. That's... I don't know what the fuck you're smoking when you say Oswin and Boars have similar stats. Okay. HP. Boars is at 20. Oswin's at 28. Strength. Boars has 7 strength. Oswin has 13. Almost double. 4 skill versus 9 skill, 3 speed versus 5 speed, and general promotion bonuses, of course, is what pushes it over the edge. 4 luck versus 3 luck, so Boars has better luck. 11 defense versus 13 defense, 0 res versus 3 res. I absolutely remembered them wrong. Oswin only has 2 more defense, but he has 8 more HP, so he's, like, even in the bulk department, it's not particularly close, right? Frederick is amazing. I'll retract my statement about Ephraim Dusel. We do know what class Freddy promoted from, though. Because, Awakening has class skills. Does Frederick have defense +2 or discipline? Because I don't remember, but we should be able to tell what class Frederick's from based on that. He has discipline. Okay. So Freddy the Fast Bear. Yeah, he doesn't count as an armor because he's born Cav. So, like, while we cannot judge the Sacred Stone units on what their base class is, all of the other split promo games, except for Engage, we can. Because Engage doesn't have unpromoted class skills. So we still don't know, you know, what chapter or what class certain Engage units were in. But for the most part, the split promos do not overlap. You know, like for example, Bunet, we know Bunet was an armor because Cavs don't promote to Great Knight. Cavs promotion options are Wolf Knight and Paladin. The only ones that overlap is like Hero, right? What about Rosado? I mean, it's Sky Knight. It's Sky Knight. Or do you mean because of the gender stuff? Because Sky Knight is a female-only class. I mean, I think that just proves he's the trans man, right? Like, simple as that. We know everyone except for Goldmary. Yeah, is there any other overlapping class promotion? I don't think so. I think it is literally just Goldmary. 33. Mikalis moment. Yeah, Mikalis is also a trans man. Fucking Brave Lance. Reverse recruitment makes him an axe peg. That's cool. GNC icon Transmask Rosado. Yeah, you know, you've got the, you know, the egg culture war talking about how, oh, Rosado is a trans woman. Meanwhile, the based in truthers, actually, Rosado is a trans man. And I guess under that headcanon, it means that Pegasus Knights just accept the gender you present as, right? You know, Rosado didn't realize he was a man until he promoted, at which point the Pegasus said, good for you, also fuck off, never ride me again, bitch. I'm so happy for you, now fuck off forever. It's a weird comment to enter on. Hubert in the corner, he wants to be a Pegasus Knight. Do y'all think Hubert is trans? I'll be honest, I don't buy the theory. Transphobic flying horses is crazy. No, it's the opposite of transphobic flying horses. They're trans accepting. They just hate men. Unless your name is Tsubaki. Does this prove that Tsubaki is actually he, him, non-binary? I buy it. Is there a reason why they can rescue men in GBA titles? Well, so in that situation, the man is not actually riding the Pegasus Knight, it's a Totem Bull situation. This is why Farina has such bad aid, and Florida has such bad aid, is because they're doing a fucking piggyback where if they rescue, like if Florida rescues Hawkeye, Hawkeye's like on her shoulders. And she's just getting fucking crushed. That's how rescuing works. That's why female units have worse aid. We've solved the sexism problem. Say that to Vida. Vida just has Vida's not actually, like, weak, right? Vida could rescue everyone on your team. She just doesn't fucking want to. My translation of Thracia says that Karen's peg is fine allowing men to be rescued. That is something that was added by localization. It's not part of Kaga's original vision. So it will be stricken from the record. Vida rescues me. She's so real for that. TFW Muscle Lady rescues you and then steps on you. Ooh, woo. Oh, whoa. ADMLR. It was 5 games. Macho was the first Axe woman. What? That Thunder Tome when the Hoplon is on the other side. Oh, also, we killed Hestia's shitty dad. So, everyone celebrate that. He was one of the Dragoons on the right-hand side. The Dragooners. It was Lachesis. Yeah, everyone forgets Lachesis can use the Brave Axe. Although I do think that's like one of those cheater answers that is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. But I do think it's a bit of a cheater answer because, like, let's be so fucking honest, who's using axes on her? Probably the same crazy people that use axes on Machua, because holy shit, have you seen that girl's con? What about Maria from Final Fantasy II? True! Yo, I'm playing through FF4 now. It's interesting. The origins of the ATB system. Honestly, way earlier than I expected. I thought ATB started, like, in the modern era, right? I thought that's what people didn't like, is like, it's not real Final Fantasy anymore. Maybe we just need someone with enough res that if they get crit, it's not a big deal. 31 versus... Who has... We'll barrier up Ophelia. Just dodge SMH. Feels like a bit of a waste of a barrier staff, but we got 9 uses left and only 3 maps. Is that the Cecil one? It is. I'm very early on, by the way, so no spoilers. I just beat basically the first dungeon. Anna Fire Emblem is dead now. That's the most recent plot thing to have happened. Pericles, I don't fucking trust you. Feels like a strange spot between the NES titles and the later ones. Yeah, there's some weirdness. I mean, I'll talk about it in the video. But there's some weirdness. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's cool, though. I like seeing, you know, how things evolve, right? Story's great for how early it is. Yeah, I am unfortunately, I'm playing on the official translation, so while I'm still enjoying the story, I would be lying if I said, like, the sort of clunkiness with the way text boxes work in the official translation didn't take me out of it. This is the first one that I've, like, well, I played FF1 on the NES, but, like, lol. But because, like, I can't really do NES graphics with my migraines, this is the first one I'm playing, like, on the original hardware. I played the NES versions of both 2 and 3, just not to completion for either. Break into wall, break into wall. But I'm enjoying it so far, you know? So these 2 chests are kind of like not a huge deal to BH. One of them is a second Feely shield, and if you'll notice, I haven't even fielded. Well, I guess Demeter's fielded. But I haven't fielded a second flyer, right? And the other one's a second Hoplon guard, and that is actually a big deal. I wish we had it for this map. Alright, 2 chances to hit a 96. Let's go, old man gaming. What turn is it? I don't know. We haven't used a save state yet. I sort of haven't been keeping track because we're at a point where it doesn't super matter a lot. But I probably should be. I should at least save state. I should at least wait for a save state turn before going upstairs, right? How do the stairs work? Basically like Fate stairs, except for you can't go up and down them multiple times per turn. Like, the only difference is if you go up the stairs, you can't go down until next turn. But otherwise, it's just like the Fates ones. You can go backwards the same turn in Fates. I didn't remember that. Yeah, in order to, like, test, you can go up and then, like, realize, oh, fuck, I can't do this, and you go back down. There's no, like, Canto Plus, right? So it's not useful for, like, actual tactic reasons, but if you want to test, like, a battle forecast, and then the battle forecast turns out to be not what you wanted, then you can still go back down. Ice Spear, 26 attack, 15 rest. Okay, so you go here. Luna. You get double, 26. It's 11 times 2. I think that's right. My mind went to the stairs in Chapter 3 of Embers Entwined when I first played, but this Fate stair is probably a better comparison. I still haven't played EE. I need to start working on the CC video. I kind of been neglecting that because Final Fantasy is so awesome that I haven't really been doing as much Fire Emblem stuff, and then when I do, it's the stuff that takes less effort. I love the reviews, but they are, I wouldn't say they're low-effort content, but the slideshow nature of them means that the edit is a lot less work, which makes them more appealing for me. Like, I like not having to do a big ol' edit. That crescent do be cerulean. Yeah, the other thing about the cerulean crescent video is I gotta figure out how I want to talk about the story. Because it's no secret that I did not vibe with the story. It actually, like, it brought the game down for me. I stopped my replay because I was like, I felt, like, weird about it, right? But I also, like, and I want to express that, right? I want to make it clear why I didn't care for the story as well. Because I feel like, especially on stream, there were a lot of people who... My distaste for the story got, I would say, frustratingly framed as... Oh, Danny just doesn't like it because she doesn't like the long stories. She wants the story to be quick and snappy, like Merm Emblem type deal. And it's like, no, I mean, there's a reason Hag was, like, not just my favorite hack of 2025, but one of my favorite hacks ever, right? It's the story stuff, right? And that story is long, and that story is good. But I have, like, very specific issues with the CC story. But at the same time, it is a work made by one person. I mean, like, you know, obviously, not to discredit, you know, spriters and testers and everything's a collaborative effort, right? But ultimately, made for free by one person, like, there's a certain amount where it starts to feel like ragging on something is just mean-spirited, you know? Do you not vibe with being evil? No, I'm fine with being evil. I just thought the story was poorly written. I mean, I went over it a bunch on stream. I mean, I had a bunch of rants about it, but the idea of just, like, quote-unquote, subverting expectations for the purpose of doing it. The plot and lore is stored in battle quotes. That's... The plot just doesn't fucking respect the viewer. That's just all it is. Like, it wastes your time with all this bullshit, and then it's like, wouldn't it be funny if we spent like an hour introducing this character conflict, and then just had rocks fall and one half of them dies? I hope you weren't fucking invested in this story, because I sure as shit wasn't. That feels like the message from the game itself. Do you think the FE format would work with rhythm elements? Be interesting. I bounced off of Necrodancer because I am white. So I don't have the rhythm. Rocks don't fall anywhere in CC. Have you not heard that expression before? I can't tell if you just haven't heard the expression rocks fall and everyone dies. Or if you're denying that the game engages in its favorite fucking trick, the way that it resolves every goddamn plot line. Because every plot line, almost every plot line, you know, let's not face the literalism allegations, but it resolves with random non sequitur kills and fixes everything. 27. You got 17, right? 20. Stop turning turn-based games into action games. It's the most accessible game format. Stop making things worse for people with motor function disabilities. Yeah, I mean, like, that is also, I guess, you know, part of the issue I have with the sort of the seeming disdain for, you know, turn-based as a genre or type or whatever. To be clear, I don't have, like, a motor disability. Like, I just don't have rhythm is my personal, reason why it doesn't work for me. But, it is also, like, it's weird because it's one of those things where, like, this is one of my big, and I'll get more into it in the FF4 video, one of my big issues with the ATB system is they went through the effort of adding weight, the weight version, but the weight version goes, like, not all the way, which is really strange. It only pauses the ATB timer when you're in a sub-menu, which makes me wonder why they bothered doing it at all if they weren't gonna just have it pause as soon as it fills. And it's not, it doesn't add, like, a lot of difficulty, right? At least for me. But it just feels like such a bizarre decision to not just do the thing that, you know, Bravely Default 2 does, where it also runs on the ATB meter, but as soon as the meter fills for any character, it pauses, so you can take as much time as you want menuing. And, you know, whether that's for accessibility reasons, or just because you need to spend time thinking because it's a very strategically deep game, I do think that's, you know, additive, right? And so it's weird. I know that for a lot of people, like the people who defend ATB system, part of the defense is also like, well, I only play on action mode because, you know, the Final Fantasy IV is a very simple game, so it's not like you have to spend, like, a ton of time thinking about stuff, so it adds difficulty, and that's cool, like, if that's what you like, right? I'm not even saying that that's, like, wrong. But I do think it's very strange that, as I say, it feels like they went halfway. It just feels like a bad implementation of the idea. Isn't there an option to make the ATB work like that? Well, that's what I'm talking about, is the weight version, it doesn't. It goes halfway. It, ...30 attack, brave. It pauses only in submenus. So, you know, I'll get more into it with, like, more scripted out thoughts. But it's just something I was thinking about as I was going to bed, is how strange that choice is. And I don't even think that it's, like, you know, malicious in an ableist way or whatever. Ophelia looks like a lot more fun in 0% growths. Paper Mario is the only good turn-based RPG because you hit A when you attack. I mean, I do think action commands add a lot to solving the, like, kind of turn off your brain problem. That whether or not it's a problem is, I guess, debatable, right? But I think giving you something to do, like, on your turn, it's also fun to play the little Mario Party minigames, right? Yo, the Devil Axe backfire! I think action commands in the Mario RPGs and E33 turn it into a different subgenre. I would argue no, personally. I understand the perspective. Like, I understand why you might come to that conclusion. But I personally do not agree with it, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think it would be similar to saying that, you know, like, crafting elements or a level up tree or other mechanics that, like, do have a fundamental impact on the gameplay loop, but I would argue are not enough to call something a completely different genre. Thing is, in Ether 3, you don't need to ever use it to beat the game. You can brute force by ignoring. I mean, that's also true in Paper Mario, though. The no action command challenge run. The thing is, with most games, you can actually ignore a lot of mechanics. $18 43 attack. What gender is Kyra? Kyra's a woman, I believe. At the very least, she uses she, her pronouns, you know? So I think that's probably a safe assumption. Chrono Trigger's like the best game for the ATB bar. Does he not take Sage-El effective damage anymore? Is Dolus immune from Sage-El effectiveness now? He has Nullify. I forgot. Boss having Nullify checks out. Yeah, I just forgot. I think that was even in version 1.0. I forgot because I one-rounded with Fazang in my first playthrough. Just in case. I'm pretty sure, like, this is just guaranteed, but... Do we do a Pate kill? I mean, can we even? I don't think so. Yeah, chat, no. That ain't happening. Like, we doing this. I gotta drink a little, so I'm just gonna, like, scroll through this so y'all can read at your leisure if you want. Fiend of my own creation. Fazang is the fiend of his own creation. We did it! We won the game! It's the most unconvincing lie you've ever told. I know you said Tyrese uses combat as a mean, but let him throw Wrath around in the endgame anyway. The hag and dishonesty. You sure about that? You sure about that, Calvin Absolute? We're in the end game now. So, and this, I love this. There's a talk conversation with every single character. I want to see if Pericles has a different one because Agari's dead. The less time we spend here, the better. We need troops to be somewhat rested. Trust me, I don't intend on laying about here forever. I had never dreamed I would come this far without. I always assumed to be with her, or not at all. The mother is cruel to force me to linger. Pericles, listen, I'm worried about you. You don't intend on doing anything stupid, right? Stupid such as throw my life away in that tower? Or perhaps you fear I will leap from it when the battle ends. Pericles? What would you have me do, Kyra? Pretend everything is fine? My daughter is dead. Nothing will ever change that. But there are still people who care about you, Pericles. Hestia, Edward, me. You'd all be devastated if you... And besides, that's not what she would have wanted you to do. I'm sorry. All I can offer are tired lines you've probably already heard. Forgive me. The pain it is unbearable. I cannot close my eyes without seeing her face in the dark. I will try. I'll try my best, Kyra. I swear it. I guess that's all I can ask of you, Pericles. Pericles, I feel so awful for you if Agari dies. What if Hestia... So Hestia cannot die. Hestia always lives. Because she's the merchant, so she just retreats. Also, the Bow of Love! I've also never seen this one, because in my first playthrough, Hecate died, and in my second playthrough, Kairos died. Aww. Good for them. Fundishing out right now. Oh, right. We gotta do this. We gotta do this shit. No lies, no pretenses. Even I can grasp the gravity of the situation. Give me 10,000 gold and I'll fight my hardest for you to the end. I'm a damn fool. Investment payoff. The investment payoff. Time, probably? Time seems like the sort of thing that would be the answer to a riddle. Hey, Demeter, I think Kyra needs more than +1 to all of her stats. Yo, we got Cupid. What else do you want? We got Cupid. Ooh, is Begonia? I want to see Begonia with her boys dead, actually. Oh, right, no, they have their own individual anyway. It's not a 3 brigands thing. Because Lopez and Fango have their own convo. God, I love Begonia, though. Easily best character in the game, I think. Or a cell axe? I should buy some real armor. Alright, time for Yuri. Old woman Yuri. You're not a hero, you're a hoplite. He got confused because of the sprite. Yuri 2.0. Lopez, what is my purpose? You get coins for Laertes. I guess we should do the Thione review, shouldn't we? So, Thione is one of the 2 Gotos, and I think she's definitely the better one. She's a consort, which is basically just a mage. She uses both anima and dark magic, which I guess she's the only class in the game. Well, generals. But she's the only class in the game that uses anima and dark and doesn't also get physical weapons. High magic, high speed, like, you know, the classic mage glass cannon build. Funny enough, 9 defense is, like, decent for our army, but it should be low, right? And then, White Pool is her personal skill. And it gives 5 AS and 5 attack to adjacent allies. That's a lot. 5 AS is a lot. User chat. Yeah. 5 AS is a lot. Like, it changes doubling thresholds. 5 attack, also really nice. And she starts out with S rank anima, so she can just use Sloth from base, which is cool. Yeah, I don't really have much to say. Like, she's good for self-explanatory reasons. Not like Athos level or whatever, but she's a Goto. And you should probably deploy her, and you get 1 extra deployment slot for the endgame maps. Now, you get 2 Gotos, so if you want to use both of them, you do have to bench someone, which is a big ask. But I think if you're only using one of them, Thione, she also has fire support for Euphroxia, and whether you went with early or late, Euphroxia is like a good add to your army. She's probably absolutely necessary for the final boss phase 1. In Zero, probably. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. White Pool makes Coronis even better. She can fail to 1-round even more enemies now! But yeah. Thione cool. Thione cool. 18 luck also, I guess, like, nice. Not getting crit and stuff. But I think her skill was Blood Tide instead of White Pool. Blood Tide is typically attack and skill, which would also be very nice, because hag accuracy moments, right? I miss you, Alonzo. I like Telemus. You know, it's like she says, he's like a version of, oh, we got more Yuri. I gotta show the Yuri to y'all. You know? White Pool used to be just AS, and Lorenzo had Red Pool for attack, but then Lorenzo got resolved, so Red and White got merged. One thing I really like is that, if Jane dies, then Delilah actually just accepts her fate, but if Jane lives, they run away together. I think it's a nice touch. I lost Delilah on my first run. My heart broke for Jane. I've never gotten that one. I can fix her, Jane. No, Jane says I can't fix her. I don't want to fix her. Also, chat's not updating on screen anymore. Hang on. Something broke. Let me... I got back just in time for Yuri. Yuri tests. Huh. That's not good. Hold on. It broke. The stream died? Uh-oh, wait. Is there something wrong with the stream now? Chat's gone. Chat's been frozen for a while. The stream is fine for me. If chat's not working and the stream is having issues for some people, the stream itself is fine. Okay. So it's just the chat box. The stream is working, but no chat. This isn't good. This isn't good. It's not updating on my end, and it's not showing on screen. Like, I have a shared chat where I can see both Twitch and YouTube. And that's not updating either. It just, like, stopped partway. This has never happened to me before. Where it just, like, stops halfway through. Where it just, like, stops. Yeah, Twitch isn't... The Twitch one isn't working either. Because usually the chat problems are on YouTube's end. Holy shit, recursion? I've been getting glitchy pop-ins, but that's a me issue. I don't want to end the stream because we got 31 people here, right? But I feel like I kind of have to and then start a new one and see if people can migrate over there. And see if... Because sometimes that fixes things. Let me see if it's just... Before I do that, let me see if it's just chat or if it's all widgets. Okay, so the alert box is working. It's just chat that's not working for some reason. Okay. I'm not getting echoes. Echoes. Shadows of Valentia. Oh! Oh, hold on. YouTube hates Danny Doyle. I hate... Okay, so it's updating on my side now, but it's still not showing up on screen. Test. Fuck. we're holding. We hold for the on. So I can see it on my end now, but it's oh! Oh, okay, fixed. Test? There we go. Okay. Chat, I've brought you back from the brink. We are so back, chat. Hi, Nikolaus. That was scary. Yuri broke the chat. Yeah, I don't know what caused that. It might shut down partway through, and then we'll just, like, we'll have to deal with it. Time for the Jason moment. Remember when you hired me and I refused a monthly salary? Said I considered it more of an investment and everything? I regret it! And then we have the doll moment. It's been a curious experience fighting for you, Commander Kyra. You're not someone I would have expected to have such potential. No, I think I've been made to bet on a side. I would have placed my bets on the Grand Inquisitor. That's alright, doll. I'd have done the same. On the contrary, it's anything but alright. Perhaps this calls for some self-introspection. How can I hope to manipulate the pieces on the board when I cannot anticipate the movements of the players? Clearly, I must learn to think more outside the box. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it's been good having you with us, doll. Here's hoping to make it to the end. Perhaps it is. Your ability to trust has been tested, but it was not toppled. Building bonds with those around you may be your strength. It sounds like such a tired fantasy trope, and yet, mayhap there's credence to it. Ah well, food for thought. In the meantime, my spear is yours as ever. Good to hear it, doll. The staircase will become of you. The staircase will become of you. This staircase is unavoidable. And the Orla Gamer. I love Orla. I believe that's everyone, right? Did we get all the talks? Yeah, looks like it. Holy shit, Kyra confirmed woman! Orla's kinda chill. I love that not a single person knows what the fuck Doll is talking about. Okay, we have silvers available. This map can be a little bit tricky, but I think we've got it. Oh, first off, I'm gonna give Fructuoso the Angel Robe. Grab a Silver Axe. Orla gets a bonus for helping the kid in the newest update. Secret dialogue and +1 luck. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know there was actual mechanics tied to it. That's cool. Via route map moment. I really like that the end game is never give up, no matter what, be happy. Like the 3 endgame chapters. I think that's a nice little touch. Yo! Honestly, quite incredible that Kyra's still, like, look at this, 17 damage? With the Cupid? Chat doubted that Cupid would matter. Cupid matters, clearly. Yuri always finds a way. Did you unit review Thione yet? Yeah, like 20 minutes ago. Before we had the chat problems. I have a long life ahead of me as Sandrick is elite wrong, the Yuri is coming. BRB, I gotta go watch it. I am planning on putting them all together in a compilation. So don't worry if you've like missed one that you really like or whatever. They will be together, you know. I'm gonna boot up Civ 6. Is there anyone you would like me to play in particular? Just say a random country or historical people if you don't know or don't care. You know, I haven't really played that much Civ. I keep trying to get into it and failing. I think it's because like 4X games are different enough from SRPGs. And I love SRPGs so much that I approach them like they're SRPGs, which is kind of just a recipe for failure. But who you should play? I mean, I gotta go with the ultimate meme, India, right? Not meme because, like, that sounds racist. Meme because of the Gandhi AI moments. Is why India's a meme. I'm not... as soon as I said that, I was like, oh shit, that sounds really bad. I knew that you were referring to the Gandhi glitch. Yeah, where pacifism, like, underflows, and so he just nukes everything in the first one, I think. I don't know the specifics, and I know that, like, apparently there's a good deal of, like, misinformation around how it works. The nuclear glitch is apparently a hoax. Well, so I think that's part of the misinformation, is that it's, like, not as ubiquitous as people claim, but I don't think it's fully a hoax, unless I'm, like, I might be mistaken, but I think it's got, like, basically in that, like, yeah. Question, Lorenzo recruitment. Do you have to route the map before you talk to him, or can you talk to him at any point? It isn't unique to Gandhi, it's just specific points most nations get modifiers that cause them to become hostile. You don't need to route them yet. Yeah, it's not unique to Gandhi, but I think it, like, happens more often with him because of the way that, like, because of where his stats are. Because it's, like, the underflow. Probably gonna watch the stream on my phone. Have fun, mobile viewers. We value you well. Why is she using the silver axe instead of... She has a sword, right? These enemies don't understand the weapon triangle. Nuke Wasteland Gandhi is one of the funniest underflows. Old games have such interesting and funny glitches. You love to see it. Oh no, wait, no, the old man! Fuck! Bury me with my money. No, we gotta reset for the old man. So we Cupid here. And Arbalest you. See, that was the issue, though, is if I'd been able to kill this guy, Laertes wouldn't have died. Because now we've got you here on Silver Axe. And then we do Luna here. Jason killed Laertes, shake my head. Honestly, it was Barlow, because Barlow didn't rally, which is why Jason didn't double. So if you want to blame anyone, blame Barlow. We barrier you. And then Sagel to get the kill. I can't believe Barlow hates old men. Jason is just jealous Laertes got more money than him. That's a good headcanon, I do like that. Silver Sword you. Jason only wanted grave robbing Laertes' corpse. Barlow Yo, traitor confirmed! The thumbnail never lied. So, recruiting Lorenzo is gonna be a little bit annoying. We gotta talk to him 3 times. But thankfully, he has, like, the fake Brave Lance. Like, this is what Fructuoso was made for. This run definitely increased my appreciation for Ziying. Yeah, I mean, obviously Ziying is, like, worse than Lopez. Even if you ignore coin, right? Like, Lopez just has better. Stats. If you train him. But, like, he's still an assassin, right? Like, Glass Cannon assassin. It turns out one-rounding stuff without counter is good in the game where your healing is limited. Girly Pop, don't you have a sword? Like, do you not know the weapon triangle? I thought she had a blade. Like an iron blade or some shit. Lorenzo is coded to only attack Kyra. Oh, wait, really? If so, that's a problem. Because he definitely fucking kills her. $10 physical attack. Right, I forgot. 10 physical attack. Never mind. It's probably fine. Kyra takes like 2 damage. 2 damage twice because of the Brave Lance. That Hoplite thinks she's too good for the weapon triangle. Lorenzo is stronger than Provoke. You only use the Lance Might for attack. Yeah, it's like a special Brave Lance that doesn't use strength. I don't think his Brave Lance is even brave. Oh, is it not brave? Where is he? Can strike consecutively, question mark. Yeah, you right, chat, you right. That weapon has 0 sauce. Well, no, it's that he's like demotivated. It's that he's like his heart's not in it. He wants to die. He's doing suicide by cop. I'm not blind to Rubino's, in fact, I'm just joking. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm happy to know in the minorest way I contributed to Hag by coming up with the Orla-child interaction. That's awesome! Good for you! That's awesome. Like, genuinely, that's awesome. Lorenzo's a character I don't think anyone expected to be as important as he was. He's great, though. Like, his arc is just, it's quintessential Hag. I like that Thyone has the female Lyon as well. As her animations. Gotta save Cupid durability. We'll need it for the post-game, smiley face. Thank God he's a Lawrence and not a Camus. Fire Emblem fans, when there's the option to communicate. Nah, we'll just use weird jargon and fake archetypes. Like, I don't even know what that means. I'm assuming what you're trying to say is, you know, thank God he's recruitable. Which, I don't know, I would say just say that then, instead of, Is there even footage of the post-game on YouTube? I think Zappy has some. I might be wrong, though. We speak in Arcanea character names around here. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. Hot take, but, needlessly obscuring what you're talking about is not actually good communication. I gotta prove I played Arcanea or else I'm a normie. The fastest way to make me think you have not actually played Arcanea is to refer to units in other games by Arcanea units, because it has nothing, it's like, it almost never has anything fucking to do with it. The board and cord, you know, I've gone on the board and cord rant multiple times about how anyone who thinks board and cord are a duo, I'm sorry, you haven't played FE11, you haven't played FE1, you haven't played FE12, you haven't played FE3. Like, board and cord are part of a trio of axe fighters, each of whom works for Ogma. But they have rhyming names, so people just assume they must be something on their own together, but they aren't, actually. Or Barst. You also haven't... Yeah, Smash! Even Smash Bros knows it's a fake archetype! Are they a sticker in Ultimate? I think they're a sticker in Smash. Sakurai is a real one. He can sense the fake archetypes. You know, obviously, most Arcanea jargon is fake archetypes. Like, what the fuck is a Merrick? What the fuck is a Linde? But Board and Court are faker than most, because not only are they, like, you know, just use a fucking class name, but they're not even... Their description, the archetype description, is not even accurate, right? The whole trio's there as a single unit. My favorite fake archetype is the Marth archetype. Ogma is an archetype as well. High-level, unpromoted unit that is linked to being a mercenary. What? I can't get you over there, can I? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 2 repositions, which I think we can probably afford, actually. We have both generals repo you. We can. Rally. Then, now you can double this guy with Fenrir. Jagan exists, even if we could simply say early game crutch character. Jagan is less syllables than early game crutch character, though. And it, you know, it communicates an idea faster. In the same way that, you know, the conclusion I had in the Goto video was, it's still a useful term. Because, like, the point is to make the communication easier, right? And I think in that regard it succeeds. Even if, I would argue that it is not the omnipresent force people seem to believe it is. I am actually curious about something, though. I need to check at FE1 Ogma. So the chatter who said Ogma is a very high-level, unpromoted unit, that's what the archetype is? Chat, would you like to take a guess at what level Ogma is at base? Five, 4. Y'all are guessing too high. Level 3. You're still too high, Vivid Mercury. You're still too high. Ogma joins at level 2. Fake Arcanea fans spotted. Is Barst 3? I think Barst is a higher level than Ogma. At FE1 Barst. Barst is level 5. So 28 is 13 is 15, 14 times 2. Yeah, okay, we're good. Am I stupid? Why didn't I Kanto place on Ophelia activate? It's a class skill, right? It's a class skill, but Ophelia's mimicry is inaccurate, so she can only ever get one class skill. And she ended up with Reposition, which I think is more useful than Kanto Plus. It's unfortunate, though. You haven't disproven the Ogma archetype, you just added Barst to it. The Ogma archetype is an archetype because it's an archetype that is named after a unit that does not fit into it, just like every fucking archetype is. Hours-long Ogma video. Nah, Ogma doesn't get a fucking video. Certain archetypes are fake enough that they're not even worth acknowledging, right? Like, who the fuck believes in a Lawrence? I say knowing full well that now the VOD will have 17 comments, at least half of which are genuine, from people talking about how I'm a fucking arseler for not believing in the Ogma archetype. One shot, by the way! This is what a 51 might weapon does. I was trying to joke. I figured you were joking. It's, So I am at the end of the archetype series. I'm planning on making a video, a sort of silly video that's like a tier list of the archetypes, in like real versus fakeness, because I do think, much like with the Gotometer, right, how that's sort of a sliding scale, I think that it's slightly more complicated than just like real versus fake. I think the use of character names for archetypes led to people lumping together otherwise unrelated traits or seeking patterns beyond usefulness. Exactly. I think the recognition that archetypes exist, right? Because they do. There are some. And not just Fire Emblem, like every game series has some amount. Has led to people looking for them where they don't necessarily exist. Is Christmas Cavalier the most real? I mean, Christmas Cavalier, Jagan, obviously, is, like, the big one. Camus, I think, is a real archetype. Like, there's a decent number. There's a decent number. Famu could make an interesting video. It was on my poll for my patrons. Shoutouts to patreon.com/DannyDoyle. But they voted for, unless things have changed, you know, at the moment it looks like the next archetype video is going to be triangle attacks / white wings. I think those can be lumped together because they're so often related, right? I don't think you would call Oscar, Boyd, and Rolf white wings, right? But I think doing a separate video on the triangle attack versus the white wings, I don't think would be productive, I guess would be the word. I think it would just feel redundant. Here's the thing they did, the other thing they did earlier. I think at most, kind of a side tangent about white wing / triangle attack. Yeah, I think the focus of the video is going to be on the triangle attack since it happens more, but I think, like, white wings, whether or not it's an archetype is debatable, but it is, at the very least, it's undeniably a thing. Yeah, it's probably a dead archetype, right? In the way that Aaron versus Samson is just a thing they don't do anymore. They're white wings in like a third of the franchise. I mean, the literal white wings are in like a third of the franchise. But then I would also argue that, like, you know, even the games that don't have, like, literally Palacatria and Est, you've got 3 Pegasuses who are, like, linked in some way, shape, or form. Awakening killed the White Wings. I disagree. I think Awakening, like, genuinely references White Wings in a cool and subversive way. Because that girl whose name I don't remember, the NPC, like, for all intents and purposes, she looks like she's going to be the Juno of the group, right? Of just like, okay, you showed up and you're kind of shit, but, like, you do exist. And then we'll all get fucked. They killed her, therefore they killed the White Wings. Fila, yeah, Fila. Fila didn't even get the, Awakening special of, we're sorry, but plot payoff isn't important. You get to play with your special little doll, Paralog moment. god, Fructuoso is so fucking good! I'm genuinely surprised at how well he's been holding up. Like, this is just his late recruit stats. We gave him, we gave him 1 angel robe for this map. Turns out he's just goated. Fates and Engage only have 1 Pegasus. So Tsubaki and Hinoka both start out as unpromoted pegs. And then, what's his name? So Kaldori and Azura's son, whose name I can't remember, also start out as Sky Knights. So Fates has 4. Shigure, right? Shigure, yeah, okay. What? Chad, I thought you said Lorenzo didn't attack. He just fucking hates Jason. I forgot about Hinoka, she was in the marketing. Hinoka's the most forgettable royal, right? Like, chat, do we agree? Hinoka's the most forgettable of the royals? He isn't supposed to. Oh, Saint Rubino's here! Did he rescue Kyra? No, Kyra's still on the battlefield, because Cupid, like, she's one-shotting flyers. He just really hates Jason. He saw the tier list, and he knows Jason's not worth the money. So he hates Jason. It is stupid golden armor. Yeah, Kyra's down here, right? Do you think Whitepool might be interfering in some way? Jason is Kyra confirmed. Out of my way goes to fucking attack. Jason and Elias both have blue hair. Sorry, that's just, it's too funny, the Jason hatred. It's canonical now. Are Elias and Jason ever both on screen at the same time? Holy shit. Chat, we've uncovered it. Also, Pericles! What the fuck? Who's Elias? Elias is Kyra's brother. We need more Pericles hatred. The universe heard me say, I was like, oh, I'm kind of pleased with Pericles' performance, and they're like, not for long, sucker. The double miss of an 81. Universe works in mysterious ways. That's the name of the chapter! Look, it is brave! Ignore the fact that I weighed her down with Maelstrom on purpose for this. You know, it's a bit odd that you never get a pre-promoted Black Dragoon. You also never get a pre-promoted Hoplite, for what it's worth. And you never get a pre-promoted... I guess you do get a Great Knight in Lorenzo, the very, very end of the game. There's just a few classes that you don't get the pre-promotes of, and that's, like, fine. You're never in Glamorgan to get a Black Dragoon or Dark Great Knight for the late game. Yeah, I guess the only possible thing would be if someone accompanied Barlow, right? Like, and joined in that group, but you already get Barlow and Beatrix and Telemus in that chapter, so I feel like that would probably be a bit too much. Black Dragoon if late Orla was a thing. Late Orla as a Dragoon would be funny. Although, she would probably change into something else, right? Like Late Orla Halberdier or something. Like how Euphroxy becomes a general. Berserker pre-promote. Are you forgetting about Conan? No Berserker pre-promote, that's Conan Erasure. You also get Tiresias then. True, I forgot. Late Orla Bishop. Forgot about these Falcos. Wait, this might be a problem. You think I'll show you mercy if you do the same? Fight me, alright? The helmet comes off! More old man gaming. God, this fucking game is so good. Sorry, I'm crying again. Resolve Gaming! Also, he can't use Pride, lol. I forgot he couldn't use Pride. I do like that, though. He can't use Pride because, you know, it's fitting. How do we handle this side of things? Okay, we Arbalest the Rune Sword. You go here. You go up here. Okay. And now... So that's 8. Yeah, they've got enough. They're fine. Okay, so we go here. We go back. Physic. It would be funny if Jason had missed that. Renning archetype. Enemy with a helmet. Ally without one. So real and good. Okay. Never trust a man who wears a helmet all the time. Yo! The Ophelia crit. People who wear helmets all the time want to protect their head. Why do they have so many enemies that they need head protection? Fructuoso. Fructuous goat. Did Danny skip the unit review? I just wanted to, like, get through that pretty sketch enemy phase. Because we're at a save state turn now. But yeah, now that we are, now that we are in more safety, Lorenzo unit review. So Lorenzo is the other Goto. And he's a great knight. He's definitely less impressive. His skill is resolve, right, instead of red type. So when he's below 50% HP, strength, skill, and speed get multiplied by 1.5, which is good. It actually, like, it lets him hit doubling thresholds he wouldn't otherwise. He's also, like, he's weird in that he's the high defense growth guy. He's got 70% defense growth, which is funny. His other growths are also pretty good. 80% HP, 60% strength, 25 magic, doesn't matter, 45 skill, 35 speed is the bad one, but resolve kind of solves that. It solves it in quotation marks. 25 luck, 70 defense, 30 res. And he's got full triangle access. He's that kind of great knight. Holy great knight, which is cool. Ultimately, I think the biggest thing that holds Lorenzo back from, like, being on the same level as Thione is they're fighting over the same deployment slot. You only get 1 extra deployment endgame, not 2. And while I use Lorenzo every time because he's just such a great character, he deserves to be a part of the final attack squad. I think if you're looking purely from a gameplay perspective, he is a lot worse than Thione, and he's probably worse than most of the other units you have. The Lorenzo problem is finding someone he can double with half health that both matters and won't kill him. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is 21 base defense, 50 HP is bulky, but not super bulky. I just undeployed a flyer, flying utility in the last 2. That's fair. Like, there are 2 indoor maps coming up. There's a lot of columns in Endgame 2, though. So, like, it's not like flying utility is completely worthless, and I think, you know, if you've trained up, especially Demeter and Teresa, I think will still have good combat. Like, good enough to justify it. And you have 2 wing shields, right? So the downside's not really a thing. You can find room for him. Like, don't get me wrong, you can find room for him. But I think more often than not, like, Thion gives you a good argument for that 1 extra slot, and Lorenzo kind of doesn't. His stats are good enough normally that Lorenzo's probably better than one of your stinkers. It depends on the strength of your team. I don't think I've only done 2 complete playthroughs, but in both of them, I had to bench someone who I would say is better than Lorenzo, because, you know, I like Lorenzo. But, like, Resolve is cool. I think Resolve is much more of a flavor skill than a, like, you know, actual... Obviously, it helps him combat-wise. It's weird to say about, like, the best skill in Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, but it just doesn't help Lorenzo as much as you would like him to. How does he compare to Laertes? No bows, so that's, like, unfortunate, but I think he's got mostly better stats except for speed and obviously move. Yeah, he's better in everywhere but speed, skill, and move. Which I guess the skill is also... Oh, no, he's got 21 skill. It's just his skill growth is bad. Yeah, full triangle. S-rank lances, too, if you don't have an S-rank lance user, which we do not. Yeah, for a unit who shows up with only, like, 2.5 maps to go, not giving me everything I want, but, you know, still a good unit. Better combat than Thion. But Thion turns anyone into a monster. I don't even think he has better combat. Like, 25 magic, hitting on res is good, and 23 speed, she doubles, he doesn't. I think she's got better combat, he's got better bulk, right? We have, the S-rank lance. Lust. We can make Lorenzo horny. I guess we should also, give him some, like, other weapons. If we have a hand axe for him... Look at that! Fructuoso contributing beyond just being a provoke bot. Cupid putting in work. Everyone in chat who said, like, oh, Cupid's gonna be bad in this run, I hope you feel like silly gooses. Use the actual power of the Brave Lands. I never considered Laertes could be a woman. Maybe I'm a bad... What? Lorenzo using Lust at base is a clever reference to what I want to do to him. I love that Lorenzo has pride in his inventory but can't use it. Like, it's just such a awesome story moment. Such a cute little thing. I love this game's story. It's great. What type of weapon is Gluttony? Gluttony is a sword, I believe. It's the one that Euproxia, or that Sandy drops. I got her mixed up with her daughter again. I need to stop doing that. It's basically a pros game only weapon, yeah. Although it enables the Lopez coin, like the final coin. You give it a Lopez for the final coin kill. Holy shit, is Ophelia our first unit to cap? I think she is. Oh no, Telemus capped right before her. Makes sense. They're the dynamic duo. Can you get multiple coins from Final Sandy? Oh, that's a good question. I genuinely don't know. I forgot this map had reinforcements. Okay. Then there's y'all. Yes, you can get infinite coins off of Final Sandy. Laertes heard that. Perfect for buying stat boosters in bulk in the post-game. Wait, that's the 0% strategy. That's the 0% strategy. Ignore the fact that you have to spend a ton of gold on weapons for Lopez to get the kills. It's profitable in quotation marks. It's just free real estate. Just save all 5 hammers. I thought there were only 4 hammers. Speaking of which, we still have 2 hammers. I'm planning on using them on brave weapons. I just don't know which. Zero percent strat. Kyra breaks Arena as a bow-wielding magic class, letting her use a bow against one-range enemies for free wins. We gotta save Cupid durability for post-game, chat. I used a lot of them on Lust. That's because I had a cracked Teresa. Yeah, I was also running Lust Teresa. I like the consort animations. I like that it's, gender bent Lyon. What is that, Rule 34? Young people to help me. That's Rule 34, right? Is the, when we trans their gender. First Dark Rider to Black Dragoon user in history. I sent Wolfie VGC in my first playthrough and it was a mistake. Wolfric ended up like, I think he died in Endgame 2. I know Lorenzo did. It was sad. Rule 34 is porn? Well, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant by that. What's rule 35? Well, if rule 34 is porn, rule 35 must be corn, right? Everyone loves corn. You gotta get your build ready for Bolt Axe Warrior theme. Yo, no way. Let's just drain the ballista, like, make it not a problem. Corn to Electric Boogaloo. Corn is actually 33. Are there, like, actually the full number of rules? Or are they just random? Like, is there rules 1 through 33? Do those actually exist? Or did people just assign, like, random numbers to them? Because I suspect there's not actually such thing as those rules. I think it's just we give funny numbers to stuff, right? How can Theme access Warrior or Bounty Hunter? By promoting to Fighter. Just like all characters, Theme has a branched promotion, and she chooses between Archer and Fighter. Industrial rule number 4080. What's Industrial Rule 4080? I'm learning things about the internet today. I forgot she had a branch promo. I didn't even consider Fighter for a second. I mean, I think Fighter is, you know, throwing. But it's funny throwing. No one picks Fighter. I've seen someone pick Fighter, but it's like, you're intentionally, you know, it's like picking Armor for, Bread Girl in Call of the Armor. The bread tuber. You know what you're doing. Does she get her bow rank back when she promotes to Warrior? I genuinely don't know. My suspicion is no. Because I don't think the Game Boy Advance keeps track of that internally. Ewan doesn't get his Anima rank back when he promotes to a Druid. So, unless there's been, like, and that feels like that'd be the weirdest thing for people to fix, right? Unless there's been some sort of technology invented in ROM hacking. My suspicion is no, she does not get bow rank back. But I can't say that definitively because I don't know. I've never done it. Nimrod first appeared in Darkstone. I wonder if there's an argument for it in that. I think I've heard of Darkstone before. What is it? It sounds familiar. Lyon is the main protag. Is it, is that, the boss Sacred Stones thing? The boss recruit Sacred Stones thing that Rubino did, or is that something else? Because I know Project Equisax is the FE6 one. And Darkstone is apparently, like, it's more than just a rebalance. It does some stuff different. It's Rubino's previous hack. He plays the Mag Villains. Okay, so it is the Rubino one. I'm thinking probably we'll do that for, like, Halloween, right? Villain hack for Halloween. Could be cool. Like, stream it for Halloween. Oh, Rubinio's here, right, I forgot. I forgot that you popped in just in time for the AI moment. Lorenzo really wanted to die. And there we go. All right. I was gonna say who are we benching, but easiest fucking decision in the world. You can get away with one bad unit in the squad. That's why Laertes is here, smiley face. So this is Kill Soder, the map, right? Yeah, this is just Kill Boss. Soder moves. Greed. I think it's so... Okay, so obviously Greed makes sense for Soder, right? I think it's so fitting that he has a rank that is not native to Holy Knight because he doesn't believe in shit. It's all a lie. He does not believe in that shit, right? So I think that's just cool and fitting. Does anybody know if Soder becomes a general even if he's a White Dragoon? Yes. Yeah, he's always a general. Soder's a fixed boss. That's why there's the cutscene where he's officially given the title of General. Yeah. He killed his horse. He saw the horse was gonna become an archer, and he fucking killed the horse. Because Soder's real motivation is he hates... he hates archers. This guy. This fucking guy. This might be the hardest room in the game. Yeah, the opening of this map is pretty tricky, and you also can't really afford to be passive, because if you do, the reinforcements will get you. Six. One shy. Oh my god! Oh, this guy! It's Revenge of the Fucker from Chapter 3! There we go. Okay, Laertes, Ice Spear, Cleave Bow, this loser. I'm heading out. Bye, Jackson. Take care, Jackson. Bye, Jackson! I think we have successfully done a turn 1 that doesn't suck ass. Missing with both the Arbalest and the Tsunami was a rough one, though. Oh, fuck. Can the other guy reach Ziying? I don't think the other Great Knight reaches Ziying, right? Evil Soder be like, I don't want control. Surely they'll miss. Assassin dodge tank, right? Smiley face. So this is what the Tuoso's for. Soder doesn't want control, he's not that deep, he just wants to go powerful. Yeah, like, he just wants to feel better than people, than everyone else. Like, he's just kind of a pathetic man. Okay, we flux you. The Corona's combo leaves clear how trash he is. Yeah. The fact that he regrets saving Coronas, you know, tells you all you need to know. I think it's honestly, it's interesting to have a character who has that, like, deep regret. But the deep regret is, like, the one fucking good thing they did with their life. So, Ophelia... Got you here. Pillar Lance... Get a kill? Question mark? No. Soder is the less sympathetic villain the entire game. Do this. Hard to wobify, and he says he's secretly right or morally gray. Yo, I'm having the chat issue again, where chat is not showing up on my back end. The thing I've got that's supposed to show both Twitch and YouTube together, and this happened briefly before the... This happened briefly before the during preps losing everything moment. So I am a little concerned if chat will stop scrolling on screen. I don't know, you know, what's up with that. I don't know what's causing it. The sympathetic villains are recruitable. What about the Alistair gang? Like, obviously, Xing Yi is recruitable. Or Ziying is recruitable. But I would argue that, like, you know, obviously they're mercenaries, and they're working for evil, which kind of sucks. But I think they could be seen as, like, somewhat sympathetic. Especially with, like, the Beatrix reveal, right? Alistair's gang, most of them are not terrible people, they're just on the wrong side of the conflict. Yeah, that's what I would say, you know? And whether that qualifies as a sympathetic villain, I guess is, you know, up to you. Dear viewer, it is your right to choose. Fucking Wolfbale Warrior duo. Making things difficult. I guess we have Jason go here with Earthquake. Brave Bow Yu. You sloth this person. I don't want to speak for Danny. I think it's just FE7 they dislike. Hold on, I gotta scroll up in the chat, figure out what I'm missing. I know you like the GBA game. You dislike the GBA games. Why are you a fan of ROM hacks? What's different for you? I mean, I like FE6. And I like parts of Sacred Stones, you know. I feel like I like Sacred Stones from a distance. But I mean, the ROM hacks are different games from the Game Boy games. I'm not sure what... I guess I just don't understand the premise of the question. Is the connection because, like, they've got the same art style, they're built on the engine? I have an entire video about why I don't care for FE7, where I explain the reasons I don't like FE7, which... I think that would probably be, illuminating in terms of the issues I have with it just aren't present in at least well-made ROM hacks, right? Like, there's definitely some inspired by the FE7 school of design philosophy. The Last Promise comes to mind as, like, a very FE7 hack. But I think that if I'm understanding correctly, and feel free to correct me, aesthetically they look similar, but fundamentally they could not be further apart. They have the same engine and art style. The bones are largely the same from what I can tell. I am curious if this is coming from the perspective of having played ROM hacks or just, observing from a distance, because I would say most well-regarded hacks tend to take more inspiration from games like FE12. I mean, that's the big one, because the big, focus on player phase over enemy phase stuff. But there's Conquest inspirations. They tend to draw from the parts people like from throughout the series. There's a lot of Tellius inspirations as well, in particular as it comes to, like, the frequency of something like Shove, which was global in Path of Radiance. GBA ROM hacks are the same as GBA games in the way that The Godfather and Trolls 2 are the same because they're both movies. I think that's a bit of an unfair framing of what Gatsbrider is saying. I feel like that's casting them in a light that it makes them look like a fucking idiot, which I would not say is true. I don't think Gatsbrider seems like an idiot to me. I think a more accurate comparison would be something like, The Godfather and Scarface, if you haven't watched both of them. They're very different films, but at least for me, before I watched them, I assumed, like, oh yeah, they're both crime movies about mob bosses made in around the same era. You know what I mean? Like, it's a simple thing it's a simple conclusion for someone to come to if they haven't engaged with one or both of the items, because they do look aesthetically very similar. They're made from the same game, like it's a root from the same game. So I think it's a very easy conclusion to come to. If you either haven't played a lot of ROM hacks or haven't played a lot of Game Boy Advance. Cerulean Crescent was good, but the units having bad bases and growths makes very rough Zero Res and Defense Cavalier. Huh? Oh, Riker, Mr. Playerface himself, right. I don't think that's a CC thing. I think that's just, the one unit is a super glass cannon. I I don't think Cerulean Crescent units have bad growths. I wonder if, on the opposite end of things, from the, have you mostly played ROM hacks? Because I think, to an extent, ROM hacks have spoiled a lot of us in terms of what are good growths. It's important to remember that outside of, like, Awakening, right? Growths in ROM hacks are typically not, like, reflective of what growths look like. They're more like Sacred Stones and Path of Radiance. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. Fire Emblem is such a funking series. Looking at like FE1 or 2 stats and growth is so different when comparing games. I think it's really neat. It does lead to situations where like, and this is a problem I think everyone falls into. You'll like look at a unit, like for me, right? I just got off of if you just got off of like a game with a very specific identity when it comes to like growths and stuff. You can look at a unit and think like, God, those growths are really bad, right? But then it's like, no, actually, they're fine. It's just, you know, you're used to something different. Fates is a big one where you can look at a unit who has, you know, good HP growth for Fates. And think, like, what do you mean are people crazy when they say Keaton has a good HP growth? Well, it's because it's Fates, right? Like, that sort of stuff. The crit! We respect the crit! If you're interested in trying a ROM hack, Vision Quest, the first one I played, it's a great intro. Yeah, I think Vision Quest is a pretty good intro. I would personally recommend Call of the Armor as one of the better intro hacks, or Blessed Heart, because those tend to be like, so the Vision Quest is a very good game, but it's very long, which can be a positive or a negative, right? But I think given how long it is, it can be a little bit daunting. It's a 4-part game, you know, in the style of Radiant Dawn, and there's even an army switch. There's 2 armies you play as, and then they join up in part 4, right? Which is really cool. Vision Quest has a lot of neat mechanics. The sort of, aside from the army switch, the big selling point, I would say, is the very interesting promotion system Vision Quest has. It's like the opposite of branched promotions. So how that works is like in Sacred Stones, right? If Garrick the mercenary promotes, he can choose between Ranger, which is a bow plus sword class, or Hero, which is an axe plus sword class. Whereas in like FE7, Raven, the mercenary promotes, it's always Hero. In Vision Quest, instead, you know, Raven would always become a hero, right? Like sword, but there's now sword hero and axe hero, or sword mercenary and axe mercenary. So an axe mercenary would also promote to hero, because hero is an axe plus sword class. There's now axe fighter and bow fighter, both of whom promote to warrior, because fighter goes warrior. So I think that's a pretty cool... It makes a lot of the units sort of stand out as, like... having their own sort of space from each other. Call of the Armor shows a lot of hack styles. That's why I like Call of the Armor as an intro, is it has a ton of different... So every chapter in Call of the Armor was made by a different person. So it's got a ton of different stuff, and it shows off like a smorgasbord of what different hacks are. It's also, because you mentioned Bandit Emblem as like a meme experience, it's also very memey. One of my favorite units is... There's a trainee, an Amelia-style trainee, right? She joins in Chapter 2. So, I guess closer to Ross, but she's in the Amelia class. And she gets a weapon... What is it called? It's like breadstick or something? Because she's, like, associated with the evil cult of, like, bakers or whatever. What about Bells of Balin? The croissant! Yes, thank you. I couldn't remember. Bells of Balin is cool, specifically if you like Thracia. Laertes fell off. Sad. You hate to see it. I love Croissant, it has defense. Yeah, because she's also... The calves in Call of the Armor are weird, but it's hard to get a bulky cav, and Croissant sort of fits the bill in that way. I love croissants because they are yummy. True and real. You should play Super Thracia. It's a very beginner-friendly hack. Don't play Super Thracia. Super Thracia is a troll hack. It's like a Kaizo hack, basically. Okay, we'll sloth you. I can, if you're interested, I have a playlist called ROM Hack Recommendations. I don't think everyone's gonna like everything on it for, you know, obvious reasons. And I don't even like everything on it. There's some on there that I didn't care for personally. But I try to sort of do a decent job of explaining what each hack has to offer. I'll link that during enemy phase once I figure this out. Look at how much Cupid gaming we're doing. Attack. It's absurd. And the fact they overlap. Arbalest Jason, thank you. There we go. Okay. Everyone talks about Yuri. Wulfric x Tiresias is so adorable. It is. I like that pairing. Sorry, Tiresias, not Tiresias. I fucking pronounced his name wrong for 8 million years. It's stuck in my head. It's a real name. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's obviously how that's pronounced. A lot of good FE hacks. Some are better than a lot of actual FE games. I would argue, in my opinion, I think most hacks are better than most games. And the best of the hacks are better than all of the Fire Emblem games. Like, Hag's better than every Fire Emblem game. What are the best hacks when it comes to presentation? I think Dream of Five has a really good presentation, personally. Even though I didn't care for the gameplay in Dream of Five, I thought its presentation was like top marks. I like the look of CC. Yeah, CC looks good too. A lot of the custom class sprites are really cool in CC. And I liked from a flavor perspective that every description, I think it might have just been character descriptions actually, I don't remember, but they were all from Ellery, the main character. $34.30. Just go up here. Y'all. Sorry, just trying to figure this formation out. Jason the Decent. Jason the Jangler. The Jace Master. Jace Bellerin! Jason, the guy who does exist. Oh, I forgot to equip a different weapon on Telemus. I intentionally made it so Jason can't counter, so that he doesn't get attacked by both the Silverbow and the Fenrir. Alright, well, Fimbulvinter, Bells that Jingle Jangle Jason, Jason Momoa. What the hell is John? John, so John refers to the Legend of John. It's a meme hack. It's not intentionally a meme hack, but it's bad, so it's a meme hack. Oh, Mr. Pure Devil as well. Have you heard of Fire Emblem Illuminated, the one with Paper Mario action commands? I have. I don't remember the name of it, but, you know, I had heard of it. I just haven't played it. Where's Fazang? Oh, he's up here. I feel bad for that devil weapon hoplite. Is he okay? He won't be. He won't be. Bazang capped. Okay, we Maelstrom you. I'm back from playing Civ. I lost like a bitch. Should have gone with the nuclear war strategy. It would have worked. 0% growth lord, by the way. Okay, we sloth you. I'm back too. I just won a game of Civ against some weirdo. Wait, are y'all real and honest right now? That's funny if so. Huge if true. I'm back too. I just saw someone get absolutely #wrecked in Civ. Shit, y'all. That's crazy. I'm back as well. I've actually... I've had a program running this the whole time. I was watching a Civ game. I was watching the live stream. Yeah, I actually briefly converted this into a React stream moment where we all watched the Civ game. I can confirm, I was the whales and I was there as well. I think we put you, like, here, probably? I want to avoid luring Soder. Shine you. Everyone saw me make terrible decisions and lose. If you're worried about what's currently going on, don't be. This is all part of the plan. We barrier up fruit juice. Sword, sword. Barrier seems to be glitching out the display. But so here he takes 7 times 2, 14, knocks him down to 33, knocks him down to 28, 25. Yeah, so he's A-okay. And then I believe we can kill Soder next map, or next turn. Barrier is glitching the HUD because it's one of the FE7 statuses. It is, yeah, it's Ninny's Grace, basically. I love the objective, kill the traitor. Kill the traitor! Do Soder and Telemus have, like, a special combo? I feel like they probably should. Yes, okay. We aiming for that combo. Because they're like, you know, they're reflections of each other. Or more, Telemus is a reflection of Soder. More than anything. Another turncoat night. I could not be party to Tartarus's brutality. There was a time when I felt the same way, but then I realized how much I'd lost. Truly, I cannot say I agree. I believe ours to be the righteous cause. How unfortunate. True justice lies with our champion, Sandra Diga. The same woman who ordered her people burned alive? You witnessed that as well, did you not? Just so casually ignore her crimes. You are either blind or as craven as she. Ah, I am alive, and soon you'll be dead. You sure about that, bitch? I like how he gets a fucking pathetic death quote, too. Just begging for his life. I hope he rots. I love how much they made Soder a scumbag. He used to be my fave. He is... I think of the villains, he is definitely, like, the best, right? I know there's, like, Sandy fans out there as well. Didn't save theme. We're not actually on New Game Plus because I named the I named the totally official Game Boy cartridge. Very real Game Boy cartridge. For Zero Growths, right? Maybe we will spend our last hammer on the Maelstrom. Cause, like, do we have... I guess the Brave Sword probably. Brave Sword probably needs it. We have 2. Do we have another Sagel? That's actually important. Yeah, we have plenty. Okay. We'll grab Eclipse. Sure. But yeah, basically, I'm not playing on New Game Plus. I think the only, like, major change that's affected it all is theme. Obviously, bad ending, but we weren't gonna go for that anyway. Repair Combustion. Is Combustion even low durability? That's 19. And that's 20. It really isn't. I haven't used it as much as I thought I would, to be quite honest. Bad ending would just be Sandy Solo. I've actually not even done bad ending under a Growths context. Yeah, we're out of Cleave Bows. That's unfortunate. Maybe genuine. Oh no, yours is 4. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, like, give it. Like, might as well fucking give it or whatever. The fact that I missed the Cleave Bow purchase on that Jason map, I think the absence of Cleave Bows has been the biggest L for that. We got Nikolaus and his lucky coin. I think probably Brave Sword plus. Maybe the, honestly, maybe the Cleave Bow. There's a bad ending in New Game Plus. During the scene where Kyra negotiates for Elias's life, you have the option to take the deal. And what happens is Kyra, joins up with Soder, Sandy, the boss of that map, the one with the darting bow, and there's someone else who doesn't betray, but basically you have to kill all the player units. There's prologue ending. Yeah, if you never heal, if a Pate never heals, you get prologue ending as well. You gotta take the Gaiden during Treason. Yeah, that's what I was referring to with bad ending. I think it is technically a Gaiden. I think of it as the same way as the CC bad endings, where, like, I don't think of them as Gaidens, but they probably technically are. Laertes stays with you. The GOAT! Chat has given me the full fucking 180 on this awful piece of shit. Yo, S-rank bows! The grind was worth it! Give me envy. What do we take? The killer? We can do a funny crit moment. He envies the fact that people have money. Okay, come here, Telemus. Laertes and Zacchaeus or Simeon are still there. Isn't envying money just greed? Yeah, I forgot to give greed. Also, I forgot to give greed to Fazang. So whoopsies. I forget, is silence targeted now, or is it global? It's basically global. Okay. Does it affect my units as well? It's targeted, it's vanilla? Oh, for some reason my brain read halts use, and I was like, oh yeah, that's global. No, stupid idiot, it's not global. It's just vanilla silence. Because it was global on the city map, which is where, like, my memory leaked. Thank you, chat, for keeping me honest. So we turn off the tsunami guy. Laertes can get Dark Dragoon Greed. Oh, true, he could. We threw, chat. We threw by not giving him Dark Dragoon Greed. Honestly, she can live getting hit by Poison Sword Assassin. You've already done your staffing, so you end up Jason. Fucking Battle Axe Berserker. Go up here. This is on my first playthrough. We had like a fucking massacre here on this map. Remind me, chat, are there reinforcements? I don't think there are, right? Like, this is it. This is all Sandy's got. My one gripe with legendary weapons, IMO Greed and Sloth should have swapped weapon types. Soder only gets dark magic on promo because he can promote to a class without dark access. So, I talked about this on the previous map, but I actually really like that Soder specifically has dark instead of anima, because it shows that he doesn't actually believe in the church stuff, that it's all just a fucking lie of convenience. So the fact that the weapon he gets isn't even Holy Knight related, I think the intention is it's supposed to show that it was all fucking fake. That, like, his claim of, like, caring about these ideals or whatever, he doesn't give a shit. He just wants to be more powerful than people. And so he's given this opportunity, dark magic, which, like, is not, like, as heretical as light magic, but very clearly, from my interpretation, is viewed as, like, still inferior, right? In Glamorgan, that's why they war with Glamorgan, is because of, like, the dark magic stuff, right? So I think it's, separating him from his supposed belief system and showing that, like, no, in the end, none of it actually mattered, is pretty cool. Why is this labeled chat was right? Chat told me Laertes would be good in 0%, and I doubted their wisdom. Laertes Gaming, Laertes Gaming, Laertes Gaming. Glamorgan War was Glamorgan as part of the theocracy. See, I think maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think the fact that both foreign countries have dark mages associated with them, but the theocracy doesn't, indicates that, you know, not to the degree that, like, you know, light magic is heresy or whatever, but it makes me think that, like, you know, it not being tied to the church is, like, relevant or whatever. You spent lots of money for another unit with decent but not amazing combat. Is that the Jason comparison? I think if we're comparing the money spent between Jason and... if we're comparing the money spent between Jason and Laertes, it's not even fucking close. Like, it almost feels insulting to Jason to put him in the same conversation as the Laertes costs. Jason costs you, what is it, 4,000 gold? 3,000 gold? Something like that? Even just the last two of Laertes are 15. Money doesn't matter in late game, Hag. I think it's relevant considering the amount of, like, good and cool stuff you can buy in shops. You know, cleave bows, sage elves. The ability to spam these, like, stupidly broken weapons is something you miss out on if you spend money, especially Laertes, like, the amount he's asking for. I will continue to beat the drum that, like, in growths, he's still the worst Cavalier. Because he's paying to sort of... until the last one, he pays to get on par with the others. Arbalest, Cleavebell, and Sagel shop is worth having money for. Wait, I forgot about buyable Arbalest. Yeah. I forgot Arbalest is buyable. What are your top 3 ROM hacks? Hag and TMGC are definitely 2 of them. My third would probably be Cerulean Crescent. But that might be recency bias. Like, the only reason I hesitate to say that is it's one that I recently played. And I tend to have recency bias when it comes to that, where I most recently remember the super positive experience, right? So probably CC. This map is scary. My three are Sealed Hope, TMGC, and Hack. What is Sealed Hope? This map is scary until you realize that it's the last map in the game and people get revived going into post-game. So there's no reason to, like, care about sacrifices. Aside from story, right? Like, getting to see the happy endings. Didn't you really love Lord of the Seas? I'm mixed on it. I really liked it from a gameplay perspective. The story was not good. I don't know if it rose to the level of, like, actively lowering my enjoyment of the game the way that Cerulean Crescents did. But it was, like, frustrating. Hag feels a bit too different from other GBA titles. Interesting. I feel like Hag is very similar to FE6, just with a couple of, couple of skills added, right? I guess it feels like a mixture of 6 and 8, because it has, like, the branched promos and stuff. 0% Lord, by the way. I played Lord of the Seas. The story felt like the only hack story that actively made the game worse for me. See, I felt that way about Cerulean Crescent, but I still came away with Cerulean Crescent arguably in my top 3. Which, like, is a sign of just how good the gameplay is. Because I'm not one of those people that just doesn't care. I know some people just don't care about story, and I think that's a valid approach. But I do care about story. Especially when it comes to RPGs and SRPGs and stuff. Once the boats get treads, the map design stops caring. Yes! 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 Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! I felt like I was losing my mind. I was like, wasn't the gimmick of this game the fucking boats? Why did we stop force deploying the boats and just turn them into armor knights? I was so disappointed. The last map of the campaign is an indoor map! Endgame 1 at least used the boats. Kind of. It had a big lake, but it honestly felt like the boats were just buying time more than anything. Hard mode bonuses for playables were and continue to be a mistake. Yeah. I can respect... I can respect the games that put them in for, like, historical reasons or whatnot. Especially ones that are trying to do, like, much closer to vanilla type stuff. But I think they just kind of break things. Yeah, they were a glitch in FE6, right? And I get it, it's a glitch people like. Oh, you're gonna come back online right now, aren't you? Doesn't 7 also have them? I believe they're in 7 and 8, but to a lesser extent. And I don't think they're actually a glitch at that point, but I might be wrong. 6 is basically confirmed a glitch. Because we know how we know from the code, we know that there's actually a thing that stops enemy units from getting, or recruitable units from getting hard mode bonuses, but it applies during preps only. Holy shit. 0% growth lore, by the way. They're only in the Japanese version of 8. Ah, gotcha. There's a list of units that are specifically not to get hard mode bonuses, but it doesn't work properly. Well, so it does work, but it only works during preps, which is why people like Ray and whatnot get affected, but Percival doesn't. Because it specifically only checks during preps, is the thing. So I guess that does mean it doesn't work properly. I don't know why you have fucking Fire Tome. Oh, Sagiel's B. Fuck. Fragrance? You should play TLP if you want something that feels close to FE7. I try to steer away from recommending TLP as a first hack. I think it's something that if you're into hacks, you should play at some point. But I don't think it's a very good first hack. Both because I think its quality is not particularly good, but also the ways in which I find its quality questionable are, so when you hear, like, fan game, right, or fan fiction, there's a sort of stereotypical image of, like, the kind of unprofessional, no real approach to, like, balance or design type stuff, self-inserts, all that things, you know, the My Immortal, right? And that is not reflective of either fan fiction or fan games as a whole, and really never has been, but a lot of the more sort of prominent, popular examples. Oh, right. Bowbreaker. And I think TLP very much feels like the like what people who haven't played fan games probably think most Fire Emblem Realm hacks are like. You know, the creator's girlfriend is in there and she's a super busted wyvern. Map design has, like, enemies thrown all over the place for seemingly no reason. It's an impressive piece of history, especially with stuff like the voice acting put in there. Like, there's some real technical marvels. But it is also, I think it's a good way for people to get turned off of ROM hacks. On school, I played FE web emulators, and for some reason, The Last Promise was one of them. It's a popular hack, both among people who like hacks and just like the the community as a whole. It's probably the most mainstream hack. In part because it was like one of the first ones in English. He's like an early 2000s edgy OC. Yeah. We're really slowballing this, but that's just kind of how it's gonna be. Because this map is scary if you don't slowball it. Have you tried Dai's Emblem? I have not. It's another one that's on my radar. It recently got completed, if I recall. Telling someone to play Dai's Emblem is evil. Wait, Lorenzo! I fucked up. I didn't realize he was in the halberd range. I thought the Luna was... Oh. I fucked up. We play through it because, it's the end of the game, right? We play through it. We'll see. Let's see if we can do it, right? Our favorite Frenchman. Dai's Emblem and then someone dies. It's cursed! Redemption equals death. Oh shit, I've gone and done a Star Wars. You can't get redeemed unless you fucking die. Should have talked about Liv's Emblem. Fuck, you're right! Tiresias is over on this side of the map. Now that we've unsealed the death, we can get a lot more reckless. Massacre time, right? Move you, schmove you. Schmove you. Okay. Telemus and Regania are still alive. If Telemus dies, I think that's a reset. Because I'm not sure how we beat the map without Telemus. Telemus or Thione? Do we think Thione is needed to kill Sandy? Like zombie Sandy? I really wanted to get the Lorenzo Sandy combo too. I've never gotten it. Cause he always dies! Oh, I had Ophelia copy the wrong general. Fuck. The audio just shat the bed there for a few seconds. What happened? Sorry about that. It got crunchy? Maybe it was an issue with my streaming? For like 15 sec. Damn. I don't even have the cats in here, so it wasn't like a cat messing with a wire. I have no idea what would have happened there. You'll be okay without Lorenzo. You've got the only great knight you need to beat the game. So true. I just wanted to get the Sandy combo, because I want to see their Sandy. I guess I can probably, like, just look it up in Builder. Did Lorenzo die? Yeah, I didn't realize I put him in halberd range. I had him prepared to, like, fight a Luna guy, and then I just didn't realize he was in one range, and he got halberded. Shit happens. But thankfully, we still have Jason gaming. Builder has funny red herrings. Yeah, right? Soda has an ending card. There's like 5 different bosses for all the red herrings as well. Ooh, that's rough. Oh, the crit! Old woman Yuri. Why are there red herrings? Wouldn't someone in Builder not be concerned with spoilers? I think part of it is that, you know, Rubinho cared a lot about, you know, not spoiling things, even for people who might want them. I think the other part is that, you know, as a creator, I appreciate the effort because Builder is how you get, like, a lot of, assets and stuff, right? For thumbnails and whatnot. And so it can be like a minefield if you're trying to get, like, character portraits for a thumbnail and not accidentally spoil yourself on the fact that, like, oh, this character promotes into a Master Knight. Well, that would have been a fun surprise. Sometimes I get people to pull them from Builder for me just because I don't want to, you know, deal with that. Booster super crits. Here. Tiresias. Barrier, fruit juice. Heal up Jason. Despite losing half into the game, my Soder had more kills than any of my units. Really? I mean, I do think that as sort of the Jagen role, Soder can still be good. Especially if you don't know about it and you give him, like, a Master Seal. The problem is that when approaching things, both knowing about Telemus and knowing about Soder really hurts Soder, because you got fewer seals to work with, and I do think without a Master Seal, he struggles. And, you know, with fewer seals to work with, you're less likely to waste one on him. But I think in a first playthrough, Soder is really helpful. Even at 0%, we fielded him for, you know, everything up until Roadside, right? He works really well as a Jagen. I like that design. And, like, if you do choose to give him a seal, we gave him a seal and, like, half the stat boosters in the game in my first playthrough. And he was, like, my GOAT, right? Femur funds her seal. Yes. Femur funds her seal. Soder does not. This is a reference to the fact that trainees are better than Jagens. Feme doesn't refund the goddess icon or secret book, though. Alright, time to go full aggro. No! That's awful. What did I give the Sword Slayer to? Oh, was it on Lorenzo? It was. I consider Soder to be on par with Glaucus. I may be underrating flyer utility. I think you are. I think Hag is a game that, like, weirdly a lot of people seem to underrate flyer utility on. I think because, and I sort of talked about this during the, Teresa convo, but I think for a lot of people, if a, you know, Cav or flyer utility is not something to the extent of, like, or warp, right? Is not to the extent of, like, completely trivializing a map. You know, think Shanna rescuing people over the lava in FE6. Holy shit, this is a bit ridiculous. Oh, wait. No, that's right, it's not. It's just a breaker. Then people will, like, disregard it entirely. But almost every map in Hag, with, like, very few exceptions, has some amount of significant flyer utility in just large amounts of terrain to fly over, even if it's not inaccessible. Just getting that extra, like, not having your movement cut is so huge. Fuck, this Swordmaster with the Ruined Sword! I think we do this. Flyer utility is interesting in ROM hacks because I think developers realize how broken it is, so they tend to balance it by giving flying units weaknesses on a character level. I feel like both Hag and TMGC do that. I think so as well. And I think, however, in both of those games, the flyer in question, the first flyer you get in both those games is still very much in contention for best unit in the game. And I think that, again, it just sort of comes down to how flyers are so ridiculous in mainline games that in cases where that doesn't end up being, the case, where they're not, like, har level of broken, right? Let me make sure that it's actually in there. Who has an empty... No one has an empty slot, do they? Tiresias has an empty slot. Let me just make sure it's actually in there. Swordslayer, yes. Ada. I don't think Ada's very good. I don't think Ada's, like... I don't think Ada's very good. Darting bow. So the best flyer utility in Hag is grabbing village from an awkward angle and flying away to avoid getting dogpiled. Yeah, that comes up with the Boots village. That comes up with the Boots village. Comes up with the shrine in the big defend map, the third shrine. I also think, again, so many maps are just littered with forests. The wall trolls you by putting flyers on top of it. They can't fly down, but you can't fly through it. Yeah, but even then, getting the Boots Village from the left is so much easier with a flyer. Somebody brought this up when I mentioned that the last time as well, as it was like, well, the flyers don't actually help you here because you can't go through the wall, but it's like, you can't go through the wall, but you can still go through the village, right, Bowbreaker? Shit. There we go. Okay. We hit that. I think boots should only be allowed on foot units, and mounted units get a saddle instead. That kind of makes me think of FE3's version of the boots, where I believe infantry get more move than mounted units do, but I might be mixing that up with the wrong map. Shit! Fucker! Oh no! I can't barrier him because he's poisoned! Oh, this is all going to shit. Because you can't have more than one status at a time. I know poison overrides sleep and berserk, so I just assumed barrier would overwrite poison, but it doesn't. So he's dead. Like, he's just dead. The witch and the ranger can reach him as well. The witch is gonna kill him. The witch is gonna cook him. Don't worry, he will dodge. Yo, how fucking sick would that be? Yo, Tsunami! I forgot! He was so dead anyway. He was always dead. The thing is, Tiresias is probably dead now because of that. Because of the ordering or whatever. We might just literally game over. Because I think Kyra's in range of something as well. Sleep well, Fructusio. I might have to do the finale on a different stream, because I haven't save stated yet, and I think we're about to game over, and it's like dinner time. Holy shit, she lives! Yo, that's ridiculous! Alright, easy mode is over, because Fruit Juice died. Now I have to actually play the fucking game. Now there's only one healer. Yeah, but she's a very good healer. She's very good at her job. 0% growth support away. Okay, we gotta silence the... We gotta silence the tsunami. Both healers die in the same map. Wait, that's so funny. Healing is gone from the world at the... Like, once we beat this, healing will be completely gone from the world. Is this your redemption arc? Don't miss the 86? That fucking spiral started with Laertes missing the 86. So it's like his fault when you think about it. Level 20 Jason. First time in recorded history, Jason has hit level fucking 20. I did not expect him to be so useful. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, me neither. Honestly, it's, pretty baller. Sword Slayer the Witch. Think about how hard Sandy 2 with only an elixir is. I think we'll be fine. Coping. Remember, people can die. People die when they're dead. Did I get Laertes killed? With my overconfidence? Holy shit, exact death! Bury me with my gold! He doesn't even care about the gold. Rip Bozo. Dying is a hoax made by Big IDK. Big Coffin. Convince you to buy more death. Look, we have brave weapons, we have Telemus, it'll be fine. Thank God we have brave weapons, because 27 speed boss. Yeah! No, Sandy's gonna be tricky. Nosferatu as well. Is there someone in the bottom right? Shit, I didn't even see the assassin. Damn, you scared me. Nosferatu, do you mean recover? Yeah. Recover final boss. She moves right. Brave bow. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you. The RNG's not smiling upon us today. Yeah, I mean, all I can do is fucking make noises. Do is make noises. This is not going great. At least I'm not the only one who sounds like that when they're losing. I play it up a little for the camera, but it is frustrating. I think Demeter's dead. I think the other enemy reaches her, right? No. Okay, no, Demeter's fine. Not that it matters, but like, are you fucking serious? The crit, too? Disrespectful. %, Lord, by the way. Kyra's strongest 0% growth lord after Sigurd. Is it after Sigurd? Honestly, like, genuine question. Do y'all think Sigurd is worse? .48 attack. Losing barrier sucks, too. Like, barrier would be, I mean, obviously helpful for tanking, but also just, like, for Nosferatu, right? Like, for lowering the health gain. That's kind of what I was saving, like, half of barrier uses for. Oh, Telemus. No wonder we lost track of you. You went and joined the Rapscallions. Tired of watching your career crumble, huh? Maybe you're hoping they'll give you a little treat.
That I want to do the right thing. To be people's sword and shield. That is why I enrolled in the Holy Order. And that is why I left when it betrayed itself.
I guess I'm the one you can blame for that betrayal. But Tartarus has always been rotten to the core. It's not my fault if you were too blind to see it.
But no longer. You are the last vestige of the rot in Tartarus. You will not be allowed to fester any longer.
Cute, very cute. Did you rehearse that speech in front of a mirror? I hope you also practiced your death throws. Alright. Entertain me, peon. Come on, you got this. Oh, fraud alert! Teen. And then we get you down to 23. Okay, yeah, that does it. That's 48. Yep. We live. White pool? I can't move, Thion, because Thion's getting the kill. Support bonus? 83%. Do we have a more accurate? Oh, 100%. Okay. Well. Look who survived against all odds. I survived, and I brought the rebels here. I'd assume they just took a lucky guess. Leave it to you to be a constant annoyance. I will do far more to annoy you, Sandradiga. Today is the day you pay for it all. I guess I get it. You're still store over what happened. I did make your dearest concubine disappear. How you must have missed her in those lovely nights. Lying in bed next to a fiend who cared nothing for you. Did you miss her tender touch, mayhap? You have not a clue what it is she and I shared. But then how could you possibly know? You are a monster. You know nothing of human emotion. That's so not true. I laugh, I have fun. Very human emotions. The ones I don't have are just the useless ones. And look where it has led me. Soon I will challenge the heavens themselves. You will certainly try, but you're more likely to end up in hell than heaven. After I take your life here and now. Showing some real fire now, O fair consort. Let me have it. Show me the fury of a woman scorned. Revenge! The Biden blast! You think it's over? We get Gluttony. We get Fortify. And then a Pate fucking dies, and we get an Elixir. Phase 2 is a concern. She doesn't move though, right? Oh no, she does. Okay. Oh, I think she doesn't. I think she doesn't, and it's just like a lie, right? Euphroxia would quad with White Pool? Oh, really? She moves, but she gets stunned for a turn after each phase. Okay. Honestly, that's way better hit than I would have expected. Let's start with that. You were foolish to try to escape the cycle. All life must come to an end. Her stats go down on each form instead of up. Yeah. If I remember correctly, that's how that works. She's got 51. But recover heals her, right? Do you have Repair Hammer for Eclipse? I actually have 2. I did not expect the Eclipse accuracy to be, like, good. But, like... Did it break? Oh, it was its last durability. Well, you know, we'll figure it out together. Die, you parasite. Hammers are still stabs, they proc power staff. Yeah, I know. I haven't tested it, but chat has said it a bunch, so I just, I believe it. Oh, Tonebreaker affects it because it's technically magic. It's just not displayed as such. That makes sense. Do you have any Maelstroms left? I do not. We broke it last map. After all you schemed, all you sacrificed, your humanity, your family, your soul. For what? This? Are you happy now? Sandy Sprite is so terrifying. Yeah. Oh my, I didn't know this isn't quite so badly for you. I guess it's what they call divine punishment. So she's stunned for just one turn, so she won't move this turn, right? She won't move this turn, but watch out because of your HP losses. Yeah, we just have Elixir. Losing Tiresias, like, that was rough. I guess, you know, let's see how this goes. Do we just let her? I think we just let her come to us, right? If only I'd repair hammered Eclipse, like that. That was a throw. I don't think we're getting this, chat. The vulneraries, right, the vulneraries. We could just vulnerary, yeah, I'm right. Poison Sword use case. I'm pretty sure she's immune to poison, right? One, two, three, four. 1, 2. Okay. So Ophelia, grab the elixir. We're just gonna do a big ring around the rosy. This is what we've been hoarding vulneries for. This is the most FE7-ass strategy of all time. Elaborate what you mean by that. I don't really think of... I mean, I do think people underrate Nosferatu in FE7, but I don't really think of Nosferatu as like an FE7 strategy. Using the vulneraries on the final map is so strange. FE7 bosses are famously hard to kill. I think it's less that the bosses in FE7 are particularly strong and more because regular enemies are so weak, bosses seem much better in comparison. This is what people think Canastas the Fire Dragon. Luna, 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 Luna. You have 3 moved now, right? Still 4. Okay. So all y'all back the fuck up. Jason, you need to stay safe. For Loretes' money's sake. Look, we win with the power of old lady Yuri. The Yuri couple is breaking her ass. Euproxia MVP. Honestly, a great argument for her as a general. Like, if you're unconvinced, let this serve as a great argument. The Yuri couple punishing their daughter. All Thione needs to fight the final boss is a basic healing potion. Alright, and then we just end turn. So even as a sage or witch, she can't talk. Why does Sandy always go for her mom, AI? Thione has more res. And those are the only two targets she had because she couldn't move because she's staggered. This not a kill, right? It's not actually positional, like it's not a shove. She doesn't need to be standing next to the wall. She falls out now, right? Yeah. Honestly, that went way easier than I thought it would be. And now we get to see the wonderful character endings. The real MVP is Teresa for Right, this was Teresa's idea. Who is the MVP of the run? I mean, cheater answer Ophelia. Real answer Telemus. Real answer, I think, is Telemus. Laertes was MVP because he knew what color the Brave Lance was. Phobos returned to his hometown where he garnered much shock and admiration at how much he's grown since he departed. Though he was a bit of a scaredy cat, he was the first to arrive when there was a problem. Oh, they get married! Right! The unlikely duo quickly earned the devotion of the masses. With their joint values and wisdom, they created a new church founded on the tenets of freedom and acceptance. It'd go on to be the new Radiant Faith in Tartarus. As they had sworn... Raleigh swore off soldierly. So much, in fact, that they ditched their armor in a river. They would come to regret it, however, when they quickly found out. Died it before the storm. 07! Died to the fucking Pluto Plato massacre! Midnight tried a number of jobs until she entered into underground fight club. She beat every contestant silly and enough from the bets to set her for life. She spent the rest of the days working for charity, helping the poor. I'm glad Agari died. We got to see the awesome Pericles shit. Pericles dedicated his life to the restoration and improvement of his institutions before the people chose him to lead the nation. However, he never recovered from the loss of Agari. Never did a smile grace his face again. Jesus Christ. The injuries Tiresias sustained in the war took their toll, and he soon found himself bedridden. Despite many hardships this entailed... Despite the many hardships this entailed, Wulfric never left his side, for love shone brighter than the sun and the stars themselves. That is fucking adorable. Pluto returned home and spent some time there before setting out anew. Although he always struggled with his shyness, he improved with time and soon became known as brave and kind, selfless fighter for the downtrodden. Skymerius made sure not to leave behind a trace. It is hard to say what the secret of Lancer's actions after the rebellion were like. Many voiced their theories, but Skymerius was never found to confirm any of them. 07. Be happy, Fruit Juice! Orla continued to serve as a knight, first of Wexram, later Erant, for the rest of her life. Though she was not a name that went down in history, she became an aspiration for a certain youth. Oh, the kid! Though Alonso later mellowed out someone, he never found his fervor and continued to travel and venture until the day he could no longer. Teresa continued to keep her liege safe as well as she could until he passed. To her great surprise, she figured into his will as the only heir. Lived a comfortable life, but always missed the adventure they had shared. 116 battles! Ophelia began to play more aggressive roles after her brush with warfare. Her popularity soared and she became to realization all along. After some time, Polonius was able to stop method acting. He sunk into a melancholic state for a few months before he discovered a new character that inflamed his genuine passion. He also became very rich. The two fled before anyone could stop them. Soon, rumors swirled a pair of witches that had nested in a derelict manner, forming a coven of women that wandered their way. Although they never committed crimes, many feared them. Nobody quite knew the machinations of Dahl's mind. For a few years, it seemed as though he would never be seen again until one day he resurfaced in one of Glamorgan's Margraves as a new Margrave consort. What the fuck, Dahl? The good Margrave returned to his domains and frantically began to scheme his revenge on the ones that humiliated him. However, before he could carry the flamethrower, he tragically fell down a flight of stairs and dies. The stairs are eternal! 07, we'll bury you with your gold. All alone in the world, Nikia fell into an abyss of despair and nearly put an end to her life. At its bottom, however, she found wisdom. She became a traveling nun, offering guidance to those who, like her, had succumbed to hate. Beatrix left for a time on a journey of self-discovery. When she returned to Wrexham, it was not to renew her contract, but rather to join as a proper knight. Never did she regret her choices. Barlow returned to his placid meadows, where he sat his tenure as Margrave through. In his retirement, he kept body fit along with long walks and his mind active by playing war games. Sadly, his friends didn't like that he almost always won. A few years later, Fia succeeded Barlow. The people swiftly grew fond of her thanks to the fiery dedication, well-being, and familiarity. She was often seen teaching kids archery and participating in drinking contests. Telemus refused and offered to rejoin the Knights, resolving to wield brushes rather than weapons. In time, he became a painter of known renown. But his true claim to fame was his academy, which he schooled many of the era's greatest artists. Bazang lived in a humble but quiet life in Zoo. He never seemed the kind to grand deeds that made the history books, but all those that knew him only had admiration and respect for a man with stoic wisdom. He is the GOAT! Meanwhile, this guy, Jingi, stayed in Zoo's army until he discovered they planned a war in Tartarus. He went to the king and threatened to rebel. Should he go down the path of war? And so odds the king was impressed to call off the war. Jingi resigned from the army so that she could instead take up the position of ambassador to Tartarus. This allowed her to both keep in touch with old friends and prevent any potential conflicts between those two countries. Jason rarely spoke of his time as a rebel. To him, it had only been one more job, nothing more. Did wonders for reputation, though. He never did complain about that. Rip, loser. 4 battles, 3 wins, good unit. With nobody to persecute her anymore, Coronis returned to the former occupation. In time, she also began to dabble in the field of research, always searching for fascinating new riddles to challenge her mind. With his debts now settled, Glaucus used his new best friend to assist his father with the family business as a flying courier. He was occasionally seen at gambling tables, but he was careful not to overdo it. Ziying opened up an orphanage in the Nook of Tartarus. He looked after the children with such great care and affection. Even long after they reached adulthood, many of them kept visiting their silent and kind-hearted caretaker. To everybody's surprise, Demeter did not in fact vanish after the war. She was often seen in Amnios and Percote, at Mother's Front. So many places, so often. Some theorized that she priestess to teleport at will. The 2 forlorn elders settled down in Percote, far away from the public eye. Being surrounded by friends and finding solace in each other made the sunset of their lives happier than either of them had expected it to be. Oh, 7 Lorenzo. Sick of everyone's assumptions, Edward decided to finally give sailing business a whirl. He returned to shore an hour after leaving, stuck with a dire case of seasickness. It was fine by him. This place is on land, at Kyra's side. The final moments of her long and arduous existence, Apate thought on the actions of those she had come to call friends. She passed on, no longer bogged down by regret, certain of the world's bright future. And of course, the Lebians. Damn, Hestia's a trans woman engineer. Just like my wife. Speaking of my wife, I need to make dinner. It's past dinner time, so I'm gonna call it here. Bye. Past dinner time, so I'm gonna call it here. Bye.